Unfortunately, even one more day of Putin is too much. Alexander J. Motel, professor of political science at Rutgers University, Newark. So I wanted to share that. Thank you for allowing me to do so, Alan and Tracy. I thought that was a wonderful, powerful, incisive article. And I think we always have to stress, if I may editorialize, I guess that's what I've been doing in a sense, that whenever we refer to that tyrant in the Kremlin, that KGB man, that Eichmann, that contemporary Eichmann, we should always reference the fact that he is an indicted war criminal. I mean, what country wants a leader that who is wanted by the International Criminal Court? So I just wanted to reinforce that point. Don't have to stress it too much, especially with listeners of the MriyaReport. And I will say again, Slava Ukraini. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Alan and Tracy. You guys are doing a wonderful job. Of course, I say it all the time. Pardon me for repeating my mantra, but let's never forget we are on the right side of history. And I'll drop down to listeners. Thank you again.
Hello, Slava, Martin, and thank you. That is a fine article that you brought to us from today's issue of The Hill. It's a newspaper that specializes in covering Congress, and it's well worth following and reading, especially for guest op-ed pieces like the one that Martin just shared with us. You know, I'm reminded from time to time how unfortunate Russia has been in history. You know, as a nation, it has had terrible luck, but it's made a lot of that terrible luck itself. At the time of the Bolshevik Revolution and during World War I, just before World War I, Russia was one of the fastest growing economies in the world, industrializing at a rate that was envied by European nations and even by the United States at that time. But the Bolshevik Revolution brought an end to that. And then after the USSR collapsed, Russia had an opportunity to become a democracy, to join the international world order, and they booted that opportunity as well. Now we see Putin, as this article points out, completely ruining his nation, ruining it economically, demographically, shaming it in the eyes of the world. It's terrible luck for Russia, but as I say, they've made some of this luck themselves. Tracy?
Yeah, Alan, unfortunately, that's right, isn't it? I mean, they haven't ever really changed. They haven't ever really been any different. And that's what I mean. I guess they're coming back to political will because we know this. And sometimes I think we give our politicians a pass but they have access to much more information than we do. Certainly in terms of intelligence, anyway, that's for sure. And they have much more knowledge than we do about these things. So how can they not know? And this is exactly what I mean about the only way we change that, I think, is by public opinion. Change public opinion, inform more people, keep talking to each other as we do, and keep pushing them, because it's staggering, isn't it, really, that at this stage we are still saying all the same things, and they cannot not know what Russia is like. And I just don't believe that once that indicted child snatcher isn't in charge of that country anymore, as many of us know here, this is not just his war, this is Russia's war, and that's not going to change for a very long time. So we have to continue on this journey of informing each other and making more public pressure for those people, because I think at this stage I'm starting to wonder exactly. I mean, of course, there's propaganda, and that's been very, very powerful, as we've known, and that's something else that we are all still waking up to. That is serious, and that's going to take a long, long time to do that. But there are many places becoming aware of that, and certainly on a country level as well. I see many initiatives taking place in the UK and various other countries now coming together to inform citizens and each other of propaganda. So that's starting, that conversation is starting on that level. We've spoken about public messaging from various different countries and public service announcements, warning people of these types of things, and there's not enough of that goes on. That's starting now, that conversation is starting, those initiatives are starting to be put into place, those cooperations, and of course Ukraine is the leader in that regard, and in part Estonia. Thanks to Estonia, they've had a lot of cooperation going back in terms of IT support, cybersecurity support, lots of new initiatives in terms of that. We've just got to keep doing that, haven't we? Because I wonder how much at this stage of that indecision and lack of political will is down to, people being compromised and corruption and things like that. This is another thing that we need to discover at the level of that in all of our countries. And again, I think that's something that we are just discovering the tip of the iceberg, Alan. I don't know about you.
I agree with you. Clearly, some elected officials in the EU, even in the United States, are compromised or on the take themselves. This would be the only explanation for votes that they take in the EU Parliament, in the American Congress. It would be the only explanation for how these elected officials try to undermine support of Ukraine. They are being paid to undermine support of Ukraine. When the stories are finally told, when the facts are known, I think we will be aghast, astonished, and probably in a state of disbelief. But the facts will come out. Pickled.
Thank you, Alan. I apologize. I was having some Twitter issues. Had to reboot my house and my car to fix it. But I did wanted to say thank you to Martin for coming up to the space and reading that article. I was listening to most of it, and I thought it was really interesting and enlightening, because it truthfully highlights the nature and the historical sense of Russia, right? And this is one point, Alan, I think I will ever that I've ever maybe not necessarily disagree with you, right? But I think wanted to put a little bit, my own um, uh, little addition to what you were saying as far as, you know, Russian people having bad luck because of all the revolutions and just missed opportunities. My counter argument to that, if you will, is that I don't think it's luck. I think it's the essence of Russian society. The problem that we see today, even right, or even if you look in historical sense, is that we always try to judge them by our own standards, by our own set of values, and it's just not applicable. We always try to, I'm saying we, right? Like generally, in the West, right? Give people benefit of the doubt, right? Kind of assume that people can do better. Not the case in Russia. And we still have these politicians who continue romanticizing about this Russian culture and some crazy greatness and all that stuff, completely missing the point and the fact that throughout history, Russia have demonstrated a very opposite approach um, to to that type of to life, period. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of add that. Thanks.
Thanks, Pickled. I think that is an accurate representation of Russia culturally and historically. As I say, they made their bad luck themselves. The rest of the world suffers from it. The only thing that Russia produces internally, domestically, and exports to the world is suffering. That is the prime Russian export. Pain and suffering. Right now, their chosen partner in this trade is Ukraine. Ukraine is suffering every single day at the hands of Russians. Every single day, every single hour, every single moment. At night, Ukrainian cities are dark because there's no electricity. During the day and during the night, air raid alarms sound continuously. In the city of Kharkiv, an air raid alarm sounded for 16 hours one day. 16 hours. And there's actually very little time in Kharkiv to get to a bomb shelter, get to a safe place. Often the air raid alarm will go off after a ballistic missile has struck. That's how quickly missiles reach Kharkiv from inside Russia, from Belgorod, just 80 miles away from Kharkiv. You're talking about arrival of ballistic missiles in less than a minute's time. How can you find safety in less than a minute? Tracy?
Well, you can't, can you, Alan? And even when you have a warning anyway, that doesn't necessarily either mean that you are able to find safety, of course. Just coming back to the energy situation a little slightly, if we may, because some good news. The Minister of Energy, as he's been meeting with the German Foreign Ministry, so Annalena Baerbock. So they've had a meeting and they've been looking at, they visited actually one of the energy facilities in particular that has been destroyed, and they've been looking at that and discussing the needs of the Ukrainian energy sector in general, of course, after the resumption of the massive Russian attacks. The minister noted the possibility of using equipment from old and in particular decommissioned stations of partner countries, so that's more than already has provided for repairs of generation facilities. So she's been assuring that Germany will, of course, continue to do everything that they can. It's important as well, I think, to emphasise that there is an energy fund that's paid into by various European countries and various other partners. And then, of course, there's the USAID and other such like things that you'll be aware of, Alan, and many others probably are that go on that also contribute to things like this as well. So it's not just solely these things that are happening, but I just think it's important to mention. But of course, coming back to what you were saying previously, it doesn't for 1 minute mean that we can't do our part. The Energy Support Fund, in particular, Austria is also to contribute 5 million euros towards that, which is obviously more good news. Excuse me. But again, as we say, Alan, even though these things are happening, we should also highlight to people that in many cases it's going to take, even with this equipment and even with the Energy Fund, and even when new equipment is available, it still in some cases is going to take 12 to 18 months to repair some of these thermal power plants. In particular in Kharkiv, there's 6 of the thermal power plants there. 5 of them were attacked. And that one in Kyiv, if you will remember rightly, that was attacked in a bad way. Actually, they were repairing that quite nicely, and then Russia attacked it again. So I think, these things are all going on, but we still need to do our bit, right, Alan? Because, of course, we provide for things on a micro level, I guess you would call it. We cannot provide on a macro level. Powerful, although our community is small but mighty, as I like to think of us, Alan, uniting across the world to help on a macro level when it comes to providing solar generation for Kharkiv, and in particular medical institutions, medical facilities, and those types of things.
An opportunity.
Okay, maybe we will.
No, sorry, an opportunity to support this current fundraiser is the first tweet right up in the nest. Give it a tap, give it a look, follow the links to the donation page at MriyaReport, and be just as generous as you possibly can. Wouldn't it be wonderful, Tracy, to reach our fundraising goal in advance of our interview tomorrow, or during our interview tomorrow with the deputy director from Kharkiv? I think that would be fantastic to be able to announce such news tomorrow morning. We're not quite close enough to fulfill my hope, but with your donations this morning, right now, all together, these donations, small and large, quickly add up, and they add up to exactly the kind of support that Kharkiv hospitals need urgently. That's more power to keep the hospitals operating 24 hours a day. So please be just as generous as you possibly can when you donate to this MriyaReport fundraiser to power hospitals in Kharkiv. Tracy, we still haven't gotten to the numbers, have we? But it's more than 1,000 Russians killed a day now. This is why casualties are going to mount up to 500,000 dead before the end of May. As unbelievable as that number might seem, it's 500,000 dead. And apparently, it is meaningless to Putin, meaningless to the people of Russia, that such a monumental, tragic loss of Russian lives means nothing to them. Nothing.
Absolutely, because they have no value for any kind of life whatsoever, do they? It's difficult to value life at all when you don't even value your own life, is what I would say. But never mind, enough about them people, because unfortunately they will have to reach that inevitable milestone. If they don't want to, they can just go home. Just before we go on to the numbers, Alan, let's just finish off with a public service announcement, because we have another guest as well coming up today. We have a guest joining us today, not too long away now. We're going to be joined by Kevin Leach. He is from Sabre Advisory. So if you've not heard him speak before, you definitely don't want to miss this, because it's really interesting. You get some incredible insights and some wonderful information. Kevin is the head director for Sabre Training Advisory Group, and he's professional military training, a non-profit, and they aim to give Ukrainian defenders, well, all the skills that they need to come home alive, really, all those extra skills that they need, getting that muscle memory down and all those important things, which, of course, gives soldiers confidence as well. So that's another thing. Now, he was in the Canadian Armed Forces. He's a veteran. He's got a long history, and he was a sergeant, I believe, if I'm correct. Let me just double check now. Yes, he was a sergeant from 2008 until 2018, specialising in armoured reconnaissance. So come and listen to that. That will be very shortly with the lovely Terry Fella and I, and that will be at 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. UTC, 6 p.m. London, 7 p.m. Berlin, and 8 p.m. Kyiv. And so that finishes off with that. And of course, don't forget, click on that payment link there, because I was thinking just that, Alan, actually earlier on, as we were speaking about our guest coming up, that you and I are again very privileged to be able to be co-hosts for. And I was thinking, wouldn't it be absolutely wonderful if we could, announce that we either reached our goal either either before our guest arrives or, as you just said then, during our guest appearance. That would be absolutely fantastic if we could do that. How wonderful would it be to be part of that, which is what we do at this community. These little miracles that we all help to put in place together by fundraising for those tools to give Ukrainians the chance to save more lives, because, of course, it's the Ukrainians that use the tools that we fundraise for here. So that's tomorrow, in case you don't know what I'm talking about, and we will be having a conversation. Alan and I, we will be joined by a very special guest, Kostiantin Lihanenko, and he is the Deputy Director of the Department of Economy and International Relations of Kharkiv Military Administration. So click on there if you are able to make that first post there in the nest, if you are able to make a donation. And thank you so much if you are able to. And of course, a big thank you to everybody else who's already helped us, well, get as far as we are along that goal, because, well, we're nearly there, Alan, nearly achieved it, just a little further to go. So numbers.
Yes, numbers. Let's see how quickly we can get to our fundraising goal, and let's see how quickly Russia will get to its goal, 500,000 killed.
Well, I keep saying if I win the lottery, Alan, I will donate it all to the fundraising campaign. But I would have to start playing the lottery, in fact, to win that. So maybe I should consider doing that. But then I just think, well, I'll just donate the money to MriyaReport instead. Either way, I'm winning then, right? Of course, I'm winning. Why would I not be winning? Who would not be winning by saving lives in Ukraine? Right, let's get to the numbers, shall we? So we will start with the Air Force report today. Unfortunately, we do have damage reports from around the region as well. One of the main places, of course, is Kharkiv, but that's not solely there. There have, of course, been other places. Now there were reports as well, excuse me, from Ole Sinigibov this morning. He was reporting in fact, another casualty, and that was going back to an attack. I think it was yesterday, or no, it maybe even was a couple of days ago now. I will check the date for you as we go along with the regional reports. But unfortunately, one person did lose their life in hospital following that attack. So coming to today, the 21st of May, the enemy attack was repelled by various different mobile fire groups. Let me see, ground forces and electronic warfare. That's what I was looking for. I always check for that, of course. Now, there 29 UAVs in total were fired, and 28 of those were shot down. That was over Odessa, Mykolaiv, Dnipropetrovsk, Kharkiv, Cherkasy, Kherson, and Kirovohrad regions. And that was the Air Force report this morning. Now, there was some taken down by the border guards. That all goes into that total, though, of course, of overnight. And I believe some of those were taken down by the Southern Defence Forces as well. So moving on to now the all-important enemy attrition for the day. And let's tell you about all the lovely things that are not going to well, kill Ukrainians because they are destroyed. What would I be talking about? Well, we'll start with the eliminated invaders, 1,400 today, so 1,400, taking your total to 493,690. So getting closer to, in fact, actually, wait a minute, no, I'm looking at the wrong ones, Alan. Goodness me. What am I even doing? I did this the other day, you know, and Prince Heather caught me. So actually, it's a good example to point out to everybody who's always saying that I get everything accurate all the time, that I make mistakes too, Alan. Did you know that? I make mistakes too.
Yes, and so do I. Sometimes we catch ourselves, and sometimes others help us. So just let me know when we want to resume the numbers. It's confusing because Russians killed every single day are now greater than 1,000 every single day. There's almost a new record set every single day. 1,200, 1,400, 1,500, record after record after record. Uh, Russia cannot possibly sustain such losses.
It's a good job I do have at least some memory, Alan, because I'm thinking as I'm reading that number, wait a minute, that's exactly the same number as yesterday. And of course, that's what helped me catch myself. And of course, we have lovely people that point out our mistakes as well, which feel free to do so, by the way, if you ever notice us making mistakes. We are happy to check that information, of course, because we want to make sure that we are accurate. And we do have to make retractions sometimes because we also do misspeak, especially if you get tongue-tied like I do. Anyway, let's come back to getting nearer to that total now, which is what, of course, Alan and I were talking about at the beginning of the show, but still not quite there yet. So here are our figures for today, the 21st. This is the correct day, of course, I am telling you about now. Joking aside, 1,380 eliminated invaders, taking your total to 495,070. Still edging ever closer to that, well, vile, tragic total that, unfortunately, Russia is going to force Ukrainians to reach. Now, 15 tanks, 34 APCs, 12 artillery systems, 1 MLRS, 4 anti-aircraft warfare systems, no aircraft added on. Unfortunately, today we would like to see more. 54 UAVs, 2 cruise missiles, 72 vehicles and fuel tanks, and 6 special equipment. So special equipment is creeping back up there nicely, Alan. That's what we like to see. Vehicles and fuels tanks is staying very high each day. 90 something it was the other day. Was it, I think, 92? I would have to double check that. But it was definitely in the 90s. And, you know, even when these figures are, well, what we consider low, they're not really low, are they? But I am pleased to see those 42 artillery systems because, of course, that's many, many lives saved. And just that 1 MLRS, but nevertheless, these things do a great deal of damage. So I'm glad to see that on there as well. I always think of Zaporizhia. I know I shouldn't just think of only Zaporizhia when it comes to the MLRS. I don't know why that just is the one place that sticks in my mind more than the others. But of course, it's not exclusively the only place that MLRS is used to fire at civilian, well, homes, infrastructure, you name it, anything that's not military targets, basically.
I think yesterday, Tracy, 115 settlements in Ukraine were attacked all along the zero line. So this is everywhere from Kherson to Kharkiv. 115 settlements attacked with missiles, artillery fire. It is the kind of attack that Russia launches every single day against civilians, destroying homes, schools, healthcare clinics, high-rise residential apartments. You know, anything, anything that Russia can strike, supposedly to trigger panic in Ukraine. Russia does it. But one thing we have never seen in this war, 818 days now, is any panic in Ukraine. Not in the city of Kharkiv, not months and months ago in the city of Kherson, nowhere. And I don't think that that anything that Russia is able to do to Kharkiv, for example, which really has become a frontline city. 1.3 million Ukrainians live in Kharkiv today. they go about their lives every single day. There is no panic in Kharkiv, not even the Russian disinformation broadcast to Kharkiv, saying that the Russians are on the verge of surrounding the city. Uh, Everyone in Kharkiv knows better. There are no Russians on the outskirts of Kharkiv, even though their missile fire, artillery fire, reaches the city every single day. But there's no panic, Tracy.
No, that's really important, isn't it, as well? And Tim and I were speaking about this the other day, because it's just not reflected in certain media at all. And I don't want to generalize and say the whole media, but unfortunately, it does seem to be the case sometimes, because there has been exactly that. A lot of it, in part, is Russia's psychological operations, psyops that they're pushing from all different angles. But they are saying, you do see it said everywhere, oh, everybody's fleeing from Kharkiv, everybody's panicking, and it's absolutely not the case at all. What is going on is organised, careful, thought out, planned mandatory evacuations, for strategic reasons, and given what we've seen happening in and around Vovchansk recently, obviously that was the right decision to make as well. So it's staggering, isn't it? With everything that they're going through, Alan, with the constant attacks that they're living through, the atrocities and everything, and like you say, that defiance and that resilience that they show to stay within those communities. It's absolutely amazing, really. You and I have witnessed that ourselves, from the stories and experiences that we've heard here in the space. I hope everybody that's listening now has also heard what I'm talking about as well, when I talk about that interview that we had with those women doctors from on the ground there. And if you haven't heard that, that's on Spotify for you all to listen to. You can go across to the MriyaReport Spotify account, where there are many such podcasts for you to listen to. But this one in particular, I will find and post in the nest for you, because I think everybody should listen to that. Just the incredible courage and bravery and stoicism, and just as well, and the ability to just keep laughing and still keep living and doing all the things. I think of how awe-inspiring it is for us to hear these experiences, not just living through those conditions every single day, but then over and above that, being someone who is a doctor and who is responsible for holding a new life and bringing a new life into the world, whilst at the same time having to deal with hearing that your son is a victim of a missile attack in a building where he is. You don't know if he's injured, you don't know what's happened. All you know is that the building has been hit with a missile. You're waiting for more information, all those things. And then coming to tomorrow's guest as well, being somebody who's in a position that has to be responsible for the logistics of making all the organizations to go on in that community. And you were talking about earlier, Alan, in terms of the power supply, just working out how that's going to be shared out, just having responsibility for putting those priorities in place and having to make that list, and not just even when you've done that list, but even over and above that, then having to make the decision that if that particular area uses more than the allotted amount of power for that area, for example, that then they will lose power supply much sooner than another area if that area uses it more carefully, for example. So all those things that you have to take into consideration, and they do that absolutely amazingly every single day. It's staggering, and especially what's going on around Kharkiv with the constant attacks. There is absolutely no threat of people doing some kind of mass exodus, which is how it's been portrayed in many, many places. And it's quite sad, really, that those places are not doing more to really dig down into the details and find out what's going on, because, you know, we should be doing more to help these people. That's one thing. And whilst you're not getting the correct information, you're not doing that. And you're not even really knowing that you need to do that in some cases. And two, on top of that, we should also really be having huge respect to these people for the courage and bravery that they show every single day. It's absolutely humbling the way that they continue to fight, and don't ever really once be bitter or angry. I don't ever see Ukrainians being bitter and angry. I think we're more bitter and angry, or certainly not I am, towards my government and many other countries for letting them down repeatedly in the past, in the last couple of years, and much previously to that, of course. So I wouldn't say I'm bitter, but I am very angry and frustrated about it. And, you know, I do think we have to keep doing more. And so, of course, we continue making donations. We continue informing people. We continue having amazing, inspiring people to come and speak to us here at MriyaReport. Just explain those personal circumstances, those sacrifices that they are having to make every single day, really, to deal with this genocidal invasion, Alan. And not just that, but the sustained attack on the energy infrastructure in particular.
Yes, the sustained attack on Ukrainian energy infrastructure, had it succeeded as it has recently, had it succeeded before last winter or 2 winters ago, I think the suffering in Ukraine would have been immense. Not to diminish the suffering that's occurring today because of the destruction of Ukraine's power grid, but uh, you know, the temperatures are not well below zero. Um, it's summertime, but it's now a time of preparation for the coming winter. You know, the first snow might as well be a week away. That's how urgent it is for Ukraine to repair the power grid infrastructure, and to repair as many uh, generating facilities as possible. Now, as we've said, Tracy, you can't repair a thermal power plant in a few weeks or even a few months. You can't repair a hydroelectric dam in a few weeks or a few months. Those repairs are going to take actually years.
Yeah, Alan, they will. 12 to 18 months in some cases is some of the reports that I've seen from the various industry officials, you know, and the various companies involved. Ukrenergo, for example, Ukra Hydro Energo, who deal with the hydroelectric power plants in particular. And of course, we know what happened after the Kakhovka Dam. And then, you know, over and above that, there's like Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, isn't there? And then other types of things like that, you know. So it is going to take a long time, unfortunately. And, well, we're just going to have to be in it for the long haul. So I was just looking at some more information that's coming in, the updated information from some things that have been going on in Kharkiv. There was an attack just before I came on to co-host, just before you and I came on to co-host, that I was keeping an eye on. There was some limited information, but of course these things get updated, don't they? So we can go through some of that. But I think possibly to give people just an idea of what happens in Kharkiv on a daily basis, maybe we should just start at the morning and go over some of the details. Alan, what do you think?
I think that's a good idea, Tracy.
Thank you. So, of course, well, Well, we started with reports of attacks early hours of the morning, so that's what I'm talking about then for that ongoing attack. It was about 1 a.m. This morning sometime, and then a number of victims were reported first thing in the morning. That was then updated at about 6 a.m. So the latest report then was, let me see, hang on, just let me turn my light up for the exact time. It was 38 minutes past 5 in the morning, so 5:38 a.m. So at that time then, so this was a particular area where 2 private houses, a garage, were on fire as a result of falling debris. 3 people were injured in that incident there. Everybody had an acute reaction to stress, actually, which is not surprising, of course. 2 other hits at that time were on the sidewalk, as reported by the military administration, and there was no fire there and no casualties. Then there was more wreck and damage. A minibus was hit with wreckage. A fire broke out there. And at 7:05 in the morning, a man was injured as a result of a rocket attack. That was on transport infrastructure objects. And you'll see one of the reports that I read, which was absolutely shocking. When I come to that in a moment. So moving on from there, of course, that's usually before the first early morning report that comes out every morning by the military administration. This was then moving on to the normal report that comes out every morning. It's usually about 6 a.m. So in that incident following on from 2 a.m. in the morning, now, they give more information here that 25 trucks and buses were also damaged. 25 trucks, Alan, right? When you think about the length of 25 trucks, even if they're parked side by side, that's still a very long line, isn't it? Even if you look at them horizontally as opposed to in a vertical line. I mean, not vertical, you know what I mean, a linear line. I'm not explaining myself very well, Alan. I'm thinking if they're in a truck park, they're more than likely going to be side by side, aren't they? You know, the way that these car parks are arranged. But even then, it's still a long line, isn't it, of 25 trucks, even if they are all parked side by side. And of course, buses. 3 passenger cars were also damaged as a result of that, and that was due to UAV shellings. Windows in 3-story office buildings of the utility company were also damaged, and 4 private houses. 2 people were injured in that incident, and that was, of course, a transport company, if you didn't get that idea by all those details that I was reading there. A total of 7 people were injured, all of them acute stress reactions. 7:45, Bohudiv district, as a result of shelling, a house was destroyed. 5 more farm buildings in that incident. Then moving on to another incident in Izium district, there was a detonation of an explosive object and a man was hospitalized in that incident. Then going on due to the armed clashes, combat clashes, people came under fire there. A total of 10,776 people were recorded as being evacuated, and that was as of first thing in the morning. But of course, these evacuations continue to go on throughout the day. They have been giving a total each morning like that. Moving on then to 7:23 in the morning, that's when the update was reported regarding that attack that I'd previously mentioned a few days ago, and that was in the Lipsey direction. That was actually on May the 17th, so I think I said the 19th earlier, so that's a good job. I checked that information, and which I said I would do for you, and that was a 52-year-old man. He was injured and taken to hospital, and unfortunately, it was reported today that he did pass away. So that is one more person died as a result of that incident in Lipsey on the 17th So now they've been having more meetings this afternoon as regards the Defence Council for various different reasons, as I'm sure you can imagine. So that's been happening as well, and they've been looking at consequences. And let me see, there was another incident just reported at 2:38. There's lots of damage and destruction there, but fortunately, as yet, no casualties reported from that. However, it's not too long ago. Fingers crossed there won't be any because it's a couple of hours. No, well, I say it says 2:38, so it's 2:38 Kyiv time, of course. So the reason I'm saying that is because when I look at the time now, Alan, as it is for you, it's a different time in this country. And sometimes I think when you look at the times that come through on the post that they make, you have to make those conversions for that time difference in Kyiv.
Yes, unfortunately, different time zones around the world frequently confuse me. But I always have or try to have those numbers in my head. I think you and I, Tracy, are 5 hours different, and I'm 7 hours different from Kyiv. At least I was the last time I checked, and I haven't gone anywhere.
Yes, I've got the East Coast down, no problem, and I have Kyiv time. It's just all the rest that confuse me, Alan.
Well, let's not be confused about the times to be back at MriyaReport today, this afternoon, to listen to Kevin Leach. This is always an extraordinary time to be at MriyaReport. Kevin speaks so clearly about what a soldier needs to know to survive on the front line. Kevin will be here at 1300 Eastern Time. That's 1 p.m. 1800 London time for you, Tracy, and 2000 hours Kyiv time. That's today here on MriyaReport. And tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Time, 1600 Kyiv time, 1400 London time. Konstantin Leonenko, who is the Deputy Director of the Department of Economy and International Relations of the Kharkiv Military Administration, will be talking to him about the energy needs and the energy situation currently in Kharkiv. So this is going to be a pretty important interview, Tracy.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, apologies, Alan. I didn't mean to cut you off there.
Oh, you didn't cut me off, Tracy. I couldn't find the mic button.
That's okay. Yeah, absolutely. It's a very important interview, isn't it? Of course, we will be getting an update from how things are on the ground in Kharkiv right now. So who better to tell you this information? Because, of course, Alan and I, we can read you the information and we can give you the accurate data and we can give you the facts. And whilst we can try and understand what that's like, there's no better way, really, to get it direct from the people on the ground to hear, well, their insights and their experiences, because, of course, it's our friends in Ukraine that are the most important, and that's what we all come here on a daily basis to do, to help our friends in Ukraine. So it's really, really important that we get that direct feedback. We get to hear that information and see what we can do in terms of how we can help, think about any other ways that we can help, and of course the absolute honor and privilege of being able to really hear just how useful these solar generators have been, and maybe to get a little bit of feedback on just the impact that those have, and just how wonderful it is to be part of that community, Alan, that's being able to fundraise for these solar generators, because just in a small way, because I know I haven't given a great deal in terms of monetary value in donations, because I have a limited income, but nevertheless, it's an absolute privilege just to be able to contribute, even if it is just in a small way.
Well,
So, you know,
no contribution is small, Tracy. That's, I think, one thing we've come to recognize here at MriyaReport. Every contribution adds up, and every contribution brings us closer to our fundraising goal to supply solar power generators to hospitals in Kharkiv. This is no small initiative. These generators are reliable. They can withstand uh, shrapnel and keep producing energy that is stored and then um, plugged into exactly where the hospital needs it. Maybe it's a intensive care unit. Maybe it's an operating room. Maybe it's a refrigeration unit to keep blood and plasma and medicine preserved and available for use in the hospital as needed. So this is an important fundraiser. It's going to the frontline city of Kharkiv. It's going to some of the most critical uh, institutions in Kharkiv, the hospitals where Ukrainians are treated every single day, where Ukrainian soldiers are often brought from the front line. And it's in these hospitals that Ukrainian soldiers' lives are saved. It's in these hospitals that Ukrainian lives are saved every single day.
yeah, you're right, Alan. It's not small, is it? But I suppose I just speak in terms of myself, because it's not a sacrifice to make at all, is it? It's just a small thing that I can do. It's very easy for me to do in my life to do that. And I'm only speaking of myself. I'm not speaking of anybody else, because I know we all have different circumstances. And you are right, Alan. It's not small, because we all put that together and we make it mighty and we make it powerful. And of course, if you cannot donate, you can share. You can tell everybody that we are having a very important guest tomorrow to come and speak to us about the situation on the ground, and you can also share and retweet our fundraising campaign. Now, whilst you all go ahead and do that, I believe the amazing Alan has to leave us all.
I'm afraid I do. I have to continue with a not so amazing day here, Tracy, but I will be back this evening, and most importantly, I'll be back tomorrow morning with you, Tracy, and with our guest from Kharkiv. So with that, let me say good morning to all. Farewell to all. Thank you for listening. Thank you for participating as a donor at MriyaReport. Just go to the first tweet in the nest, follow the links to the donation page at MriyaReport.org, and be just as generous as you possibly can be. Thanks again, Tracy. Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava. Thank you so much, Alan. If you would like to come up and talk to me and Terry Feller, please take the opportunity to do so. Now is a good time whilst we are having these switcheroos. Also consider sharing and retweeting the space whilst you are, of course, sharing the fundraiser, which I know you're all doing already. Well, you've probably all done it already. And sharing, of course, our wonderful card for our guest tomorrow, and our guest coming up very shortly, because in 2 hours' time we will be joined by Kevin Leach. So all of those cards are in the nest for you to have a look at, as well as our fundraiser, and we will be waiting for our next capable co-host to come up and join us. Whilst we do that, I'm going to go ahead and go over the numbers of the day that we haven't done so far, which of course are the demining figures for today. So let's have a look, and I will make sure this day I get the correct date. Goodness me, what on earth am I doing? I am not an Android after all. You didn't really think I was an Android, did you? Of course you didn't. I'm just being silly now. Let's go on to the demining figures of the day. So the 21st today, of course, and the all-important numbers of the day. Very good numbers for today. I'm pleased to say again, they're doing incredibly. 598 explosive items cleared and removed, and 523.71 hectares of land. So brilliant, absolutely brilliant. 598 lives saved, at least. You know, this is the way that I like to look at it by now. If you're new around here and you don't, well, I will tell you what I tell everyone every day, that yes, whilst each mine may not kill one person, also each mine may kill two people, because very often these mines are large, such as anti-tank mines, for example. So horrible, despicable things being cleared away by the incredible sappers in Ukraine. Now then, that is in part thank you to the training that's going on, thank you to the demining machines, thank you to various efforts of NGOs, including everybody here at MriyaReport, because of course we fundraised for them also. So let's go on to some more of the regional information, shall we? I was looking at Zaporizhia earlier on today. So the amount of hits have been going up and down over Zaporizhia over the past couple of days. Unfortunately, it's staying ridiculously high, though. One man was killed during an enemy attack on Vasilyev district. The occupiers struck Zaporizhia 434 times in 24 hours, 10 settlements that was spread across. They used a total of 189 UAVs of various modifications across Robotny, Mala, Tokmaka, Malinivka, Novoandriivka, and Kamyansk. 16 shellings from MLRS covered Robotny, Mala, Tokmaka, and Stepanursk. There, getting better with that one, maybe. 229 artillery shells also fired across those same settlements, and at that time in the early morning report, 6 reports of destruction of houses was received by the military administration there. So that was the latest in the Zaporizhia report. In the morning, little bit of good news from Zaporizhia, and that was because the new water main in the Vilnius territorial community will improve water supply for almost 50,000 residents. So Ivan Fedorov, the head of the military administration, today was visiting, and I'll post to you the pictures if you would like to see this. So this is something that has been done with the state budget, and it was the reconstruction of the water main, which will connect the city of Vilyansk and the village of Novomykhailivka. So that's being carried out there. This is in part construction that's been ongoing, and it's going to connect various different things all across the region. So the reconstruction takes place due to the unsuitability of existing water mains, and that's an emergency condition that they're dealing with. So lots of lovely pictures there of Ivan Fedorov with a digger on site. So a little bit of good news there for Zaporizhia. Terefella, welcome. You are in the co-host seat. Hello.
Hello. Took me a while to get up, but I'm here. So good to see you, Tracy. And that was all the demining information, was it?
The demining figures for today, yes, from State Special Transport Service, and then just a bit of information about the water main there in Zaporizhia. In fact, did you want to go over some demining, Terefella?
No, I think I heard some of it, but Yeah, it sounded pretty good. And you always gave your explainer like you always do, which I love you doing.
Unless you're here all the time and you get sick of hearing me say it. I'm only joking, of course, not you. Why would you get sick of that? No, but we have to give that, don't we? Because, you know, it is important just to say that, you know, of course, we are aware that maybe not one person would necessarily lose their life from each incident, you know, but again, as we say as well, you know, even if you don't die and your life isn't taken away in that sense, your life is changed, isn't it, by very often the injuries that you're going to have. I mean, even in terms of those small butterfly mines, step on one of those and that can cause a life-changing injury. So when you think then and you compare that to the size of anti-tank mines, for example.
Exactly. And you only have to think of anybody out of the war zone that might have had an accident in a car or an accident on a motorbike, or whether it's actually on the motorbike, maybe being hit by any of these objects. And yet, life-changing. I have a next door neighbour who has life-changing life-changing injuries, is what I was trying to say. And yes, it is horrendous, and it will affect him for the rest of his life, like it will affect those people in Ukraine and all of their family members as well for the rest of their lives. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, well, you look at these reports when they come out, we look at them, these military administrations as well, you know, day by day, and very often there are mine injuries, particularly in Kherson, Kharkiv, Sumy, of course. And then you know, you have the totals that go throughout the day. I was just reading through Kharkiv and everything that happened there I mean, really, look at the time we're at in the day. It's 6 p.m. In Kyiv now. So you have the morning report comes out at 6 a.m. And when you added the totals up there were at least 17 injured and one person died. And then you go throughout the day and you add the rest of the totals up every couple of hours, in particular in Kharkiv, as I said, the reports coming out from hits going on throughout the day. Kherson as well, there have been incidents there. Very often Dnipropetrovsk is the same. Sumy again, that's the same thing. It's just constant, isn't it? So, you know, there's all the mine injuries on top of all the attacks. And I just think really Russia just tries to normalize it. How have they managed to just normalize this kind of thing every single day? These amounts of people losing their lives every single day, these brutal attacks going on. How have they managed to normalize all of this? And then you look at even worse things like the scale of things, and you see how they've managed to normalize that too. It's just absolutely staggering. So I do celebrate the fact that they remove those explosive devices every single day in terms of lives saved, because there's not a great deal worth celebrating, and the Ukrainians do an incredibly amazing job showing us all how we have to keep going, to keep living, to keep celebrating and smiling and, you know, doing all those things whilst we can, and not take that for granted, because look at what they're having to fight through every single day, you know, and we should never take that for granted. And that's why I think it's important that even though Russia does try to normalize these things every single day, that we continue to talk about them in the way that we do, because it's absolutely not normal whatsoever.
Exactly that. And I often think as well back to when we first heard about some of the areas being liberated from the Russians, and that they would go into houses and find that a piano had been mined, or a can of fruit, or a child's toy. Um, and so many booby traps all over the place, let alone just the mining we think of the main demining operation as being out in the field where the troops were going head to head. But a lot of it isn't that. As you say, all those butterfly mines, the fact that Russia doesn't even keep track of where it lays its mines, it just scatters them anywhere. I think we should make, as you do so well, Tracy, make a point of talking about this mining and demining operations that have to be going on every day. And despite the fact that they're going on every day, we know that it will be years after the war is over before they have completely finished this, and before the land, as well as the people, are completely free. Back to you, Tracy.
Absolutely. We were joined by Ivan then, but he's disappeared again. So let's hope it's not another day where we have technical issues, because the last few days have been a nightmare. So let's carry on with the regional news, shall we then? We will see what's happening in Kherson, because there have been updates from there. There were arrivals on an apartment building in the Shemensky micro district. The houses of townspeople were hit. That was as reported as 4 p.m. By the administration there, the military administration. So that was, let me see, that would be 6 p.m. Kiev. So about 13 minutes ago, that was reported. The Russian troops are continuing to hit the residential quarters of Kherson. Also, previously to that, around 4 p.m., they came under fire. High-rise building was damaged. One of the injured is a 15-year-old boy. Unfortunately, he has been hospitalized, and a 50-year-old woman was diagnosed with explosive and craniocerebral injuries. Also, a fractured hip and a contusion. Ooh, so that poor lady is going to be in a bit of pain. Well, she'll be in hospital by now anyway, so hopefully feeling a little bit more comfortable. And let me see, then first thing in the morning, they reported, the military administration there, that as of overnight, there was lots of destruction. What I wanted to mention in particular in Kherson is that there were population centres of the region were hit. In particular, 7 high-rise buildings and 7 private houses were damaged. Hits were also recorded at educational institutions, an industrial facility, a pumping station, a gas pipeline, and a gas leak had been stopped there. So that was reported first thing this morning at 5 to 6 in the morning. So we will come in and look at what's been reported from Naftogaz and whatnot in a minute, because that's something else that they have been, I noticed, targeting more. Gas infrastructure, gas pipelines, that kind of infrastructure, energy lines, power lines, that's what they call them. Apologies, I couldn't even think of the word then. Power lines, that type of thing. And Naftogaz reported as well direct attacks on those energy, those gas storage facilities, or attempts at by Russians. So that was something else that was going on. I don't know if you heard though, there's lots of good news in terms of the equipment that's coming from other countries. 36 different countries now have provided equipment, Terry Fella. So that's good news, isn't it, for the energy infrastructure?
That is amazing. I must admit, over the last 24 hours, I haven't seen an awful lot of news, but I did catch one about the UK with various different things, 1 million ammo rounds, of various sorts, it said. Amongst other things, but if it's been a while since we've done a recap on that, I'd love to hear about that, Tracy. If you have just recently done it, then maybe we can save that for a little later on in our segment.
We've got Kevin Leach coming up soon, haven't we, as well? So we have to make sure we don't forget about that. But I was just looking actually at the confirmation from the General Staff about this damage to this missile ship. So this was spoken about the Zyklon, or Zyklon, however you pronounce it, Zyklon probably. This was spoken about previously, but we were awaiting confirmation. And then the spokesman of the Navy had said that it was looking like it was good news and that's a possibility. And again, waiting for confirmation. So the General Staff have now confirmed it actually happened, as I said, on the 19th of May. And we were just awaiting this confirmation here. And this is the carrier. It's a Caliber cruise missile carrier and Onyx anti-ship missile carrier as well, apparently. So it looks like 2 ships were destroyed the other day, Terry Fella.
That is such good news, isn't it? It's been a while since we've had any ships. We've had a few aeroplanes instead, but to have the ships, and it sounds like one of these ones was certainly a really good one to have got. Good old Navy, the Ukrainian Navy.
I'd say they were both pretty good. I mean, one was classed as a minesweeper, although it had apparently air defence on board. Well, it wasn't doing a very good job, was it? And this one here is apparently a Caliber cruise missile, or was, should I say, get the correct tense, a Caliber cruise missile carrier. So definitely, looks like 2 more eliminated. Oh dear me. The coral reef is growing.
Exactly. There's going to be a whole fleet down at the bottom of the Black Sea soon, which is what we all hope for. Sorry, you've caught me just finishing a biscuit.
That's okay. It's where the Black Sea Fleet belongs, is it not? So now, I was just looking at something that I was trying to work out. This is quite interesting information. I was trying to work it out at the same time because this is the first time that I've just seen it. So this is coming from OSINT investigators, and they're talking about a son of a Russian war criminal joining the Legion Freedom of Russia, or wanting to, or something or other. I have to work that out fully anyway. So we will come back to that. But we will go on to other information. What was it you just said you wanted to talk about a moment ago? Sorry, Terry fella.
I can't remember.
Have you forgotten now?
Forgotten
I can
myself.
carry on if you've forgotten.
Oh dear. Yeah, what am I like? Yeah, it's been a long day, but this will hopefully wake me up wide awake in the next few hours. So
You know what it is? It's the sunshine in the UK. We're not used to it, are we?
I've got overcast looks today, but at least it's finally got warmer. Yeah. So yes, sorry, my brain will come into gear. I've got a cup of tea by my side, which I know isn't your favourite, Tracy, but I drink tea and I drink water. I'm very boring. But I have the tea ready to get me super alert.
Okay, so let's look at the General Staff report, shall we? Because these have been coming out every couple of hours, as most of you may know. And as I said to you then, the General Staff have just reported confirmation of that ship. So let's see what else they are telling us today. Defence forces continue to deter the offensive attempts of the enemy. 74 combat clashes. Bearing in mind, as I said, these are coming out every couple of hours. This is as of 4 p.m. on the 21st. Kharkiv direction, invaders already carried out assaults 10 times with the aim of capturing defence lines. Ukrainian defenders stood in the way, however, of the enemy's attack and in the direction of the settlement of Starozhansky. Fighting continues in north of Vovchansk as well, and in particular in the Staritsia area, which has been mentioned. The situation is, however, under control. In the Seversk direction, the number of combat clashes increased to 10. In Belarivka, where active hostilities continue, the enemy tried to advance near the settlement of Vinkivka. Oh no, Vinka, maybe. Yes, Vinka. In Kramatorsk direction, a battle has been taking place on the Andriivka area since the morning, and the number of enemy assaults since the beginning of the day has remained at 9. In Pokrovsky direction, the Russian occupiers maintain a high intensity of hostilities. They have already attempted to break through the defence of the troops 27 times. Wow, that's high, isn't it? However, the situation does remain tense but under control, so that's good news. In the Dnipro direction, the enemy launched assaults 3 times since the beginning of the day. They aimed at the bridgeheads of the defence forces on the left bank of the Dnipro, but there was no success. In the rest of the directions, the situation did not undergo significant changes. Units are on alert to prevent the Russian occupiers from implementing their offensive plans. And again, according to the detailed information, confirmation of that ship. So that is as of 4 p.m. So I was just going back to look at the earlier reports and make comparisons then, from the 2 p.m. one there. Let's see, Pokrovsky is still the same. Kharkiv occupiers attacked twice in the area of the settlement of Lipsy. The situation was under control then following that. 6 combat clashes took place in the Kupian direction as of reported at 2 p.m. So, yeah, it's just more of the same and continued. Spirini was hit by a guided aerial bomb. So in the Seversky direction, earlier on in the day, around 2 p.m., Russian troops made 4 attempts at offensive actions in the area of Bilorivka, Klishkivka, Vimka, and then there was that guided aerial bomb strike. So the largest share of the battles then reported was falling on Pokrovsky direction. So it's just more of the same continuing, isn't it? Through just you can see that you can almost see that line when you look at those reports, though, and you compare the 1 and the 2, like very slightly moving backwards and forwards, because there are very tiny advances, but they're basically getting their butt kicked by the armed forces of Ukraine. Terry Fella doing a staggering job.
Yeah, that's what we like to hear as well. It's I think they try and push forward, but no sooner they try to push forward than they get pushed back again, or they get just stopped in their tracks, which is also what we like to hear. But I think now that there is a decent amount of stuff getting through to Ukraine, hopefully this is the beginning of starting to see a difference, at least being able to produce a much stronger front line. And I guess that's why Russia has been trying to expand the front line. When we think that the front line is currently, I think it's meant to be about 1,000 kilometers now, whereas it was previously about 600 kilometers, I believe. And that is still longer than the entire front line of World War II. I heard you briefly talking with Alan and talking about the scale of this war and how it is just mind-boggling how big it is and how there's so many people who still don't seem to realise the scale of this war.
No, absolutely not. But that's why we are here to make them become aware. So I was just retweeting and sharing that card in the nest. So you can all do the same if you don't mind, and tell everybody we will be joined by a very special guest shortly. And then something I was looking at that was interesting earlier. Where did I find it? Here it is now. So the Defence Procurement Agency of the Ministry of Defence concluded new contracts for the purchase of 4,200 DJI Mavic 3E drones with additional equipment. This is the second notification information that I've seen like this. I think it's probably over the last couple of weeks. I would say about a week ago, but my perception of time is kind of all skew with at the moment, because every day is the same. So sometimes I think a week has passed, and actually it turns out to be 2 weeks. But it's not that long ago I saw the first notification, and that was 5,000 if I remember rightly, but I would have to go back and double check if it was exactly 5,000. But in this instance, it's 4,200 new DJI Mavic 3E drones. Together with previous purchases, the total number now comes to, let me see, 8,200 sets, which is 7,200 DJI Mavic 3Es and 1,000 DJI Mavic 3T. Not that I am aware of the difference between one model and the other, but maybe it's just next generation, who knows. The total amount of the concluded contracts is 1.1 billion hryvnias. That's pretty interesting, right? Lots more drones for the front line, and definitely good when they are these ones. They use these pretty often, and we hear them spoken about quite a lot. I'm assuming one is thermal, and that's what the T is, and the other one's not. But that's just my assumption, Terry fella.
Yes, I get that impression as well. I must admit, my knowledge of these different what was it? UAVs, unmanned aerial reconnaissance aerial vehicles or something, isn't it? Unmanned aerial vehicles. And I know they range from those mini ones that are almost like, I don't know, spiders on the wall sort of thing, maybe not quite that small, tarantula size maybe, to the super huge ones that can make it all the way up to, oh, wishful thinking, Moscow and beyond.
Moscow and beyond, wishful thinking and beyond. I like that. That's quite funny. Oh, okay. So let's look at some more things about mobile, well, conscription, I prefer to call it. So Ukrainians who were removed from military registration due to going abroad for more than 3 months are now obliged to personally arrive at the TCC by June the 16th to be registered. I think the reason this is being clarified, I suspect, is because there's been some problems when people have been applying, joining onto this app, this Reserve Plus app. So they've got to all register on the Reserve Plus app by June the 16th. But then what's happening is some people are registering, but there's been some confusion because when they're logging into the app, it's been showing them status, not showing the correct status, in other words. So they've had to actually then manually update their details, and in some cases these people have had to go to the actual TCC offices themselves, and of course provide various different documents and things like that. So I think that's what they're talking about there. They're clarifying why some people have actually got to go to those offices, and why some people don't have to.
It must be quite confusing, and it is quite a large scale operation, isn't it? Just getting this app shared amongst the entire population. But I think once the teething problems are over, I think it will run super smoothly, and the skill, the whole, excuse me, the whole skill set that the Ukrainians have in regards to IT and everything else is so incredible. Just the fact that they're able to churn all of these things out as fast as they do, it is just amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. It is pretty amazing. So, did you know that the head of the German Foreign Ministry had arrived in Kyiv? She was meeting, I don't know if you heard me speaking about it earlier, she's been meeting with the Minister of Energy as well, and looking at one of the destroyed energy infrastructure facilities there.
Is this, I can't remember her first name, Baerbeck or something?
Yeah. Yes, that's Annalisa.
Oh, you're breaking up a bit to me, Tracy. I don't know if you are to anybody else, but I can see your voice thing going, but I can't hear anything from you.
Can you hear me now?
That's a bit better, yes.
Yeah, Annalisa Baerbock, that's right. Yeah, so she's been speaking to the energy minister, so that was quite interesting. They were looking at different things there. I thought it was really good, actually, that she went to one of those facilities. I mean, you know, why wouldn't you not, of course, because it's one of the main concerns right now. But at least she's going there and having a look and having those discussions and meetings. And if anything else, it keeps that, you know, high-level international cooperation, and it keeps it in that high level international news sphere as well, because you know we've got to keep talking about these things. I really liked that the boxer decided to try and highlight that as well during his recent fight, and had that hashtag fight for light as well along with DTEC. I thought that was a pretty good way you know, of keeping it high level international media level, you know, people talking about it there, especially with, of course, all the controversy that goes around boxing anyway.
Exactly. And I think the more people that can keep getting out there into the news, even if it's sort of smaller projects about Ukraine, we've just got to find ways to get Ukraine in the news in as many places as possible, as frequently as possible. So that's, yes, it's, and I think, is it Annalisa Baerbock? She is, oops, she is a very good advocate for everything for Ukraine. So I'm glad to see that she's over there again. I think she and Zelensky must get on fairly well. What's her position again, just to clarify, Tracy?
She's the German foreign minister.
Lovely. Yes, I knew it was something pretty important. And yeah, she seems to have a lot more nous about her than she doesn't do too much Schultzing like somebody else we might know.
Let's leave that to them people, shall we? Yeah, well, we don't want no more of that. We've got enough of that going on as it is, for sure. So we definitely do not want anybody else doing that. Now, did you hear about in Poland, 9 people were detained who are accused of sabotage as well, on behalf of Russia, of course?
No, I hadn't heard that. Do tell us more, Tracy. I've missed out on rather a lot over the last couple of days, I'm afraid. But yeah, please fill us in.
Well, apparently there are 9 suspects arrested and charged with engaging directly in acts of sabotage in Poland on behalf of Russian special services, of course. This is just going to keep ongoing and it's not going to stop. He was asked about this on TV, though, and he's been emphasising that the most important thing is to fully regain control over what's happening, which, of course, well, yeah, you would say that, wouldn't you? I mean, it's pretty serious, isn't it? You know, it's not just there. There's other situations, of course, that have been concerning to several European countries. So it's just more and more of the same. But I wonder if it's going to take years to get on top of the scale of it. I wonder when we're going to start catching up, you know, really seriously. So 9 suspects have been arrested. Let me see. He said, when asked if these were publicly known, he replied, no, we're talking about hired people. Sometimes these are people from the criminal world, which, of course, that's what we see very often, isn't it? Because, well, how do you get people to do things for money? Well, you recruit them in places like that, don't you? And then they've got no such qualms about doing things like this. Referring to acts of sabotage, there's all sorts going on. He drew attention to the burning of the IKEA warehouse. People detained there may also be involved in other sabotage attempts. So there's lots more information to come out. The investigation, of course, is underway, but it's all aimed at basically the same thing, isn't it? It's all emphasised the same reason. It's just to sow panic, fear, division, all the things that we know about. And I think I wonder how much of it, well, a lot of it, of course, is to sow panic amongst civil societies in various different countries, so that when things are reported in the news, then you get people panicking, going, oh, well, this is happening now. That really confirms what they were saying. And then it's that whole, cycle of doing that, isn't it? What do you think, Terry Fella?
I fully agree with you there. I also think it is about causing more division again. It's about trying to blame other minor groups such as immigrants and all the rest of it. And this infiltration that Russia has been doing everywhere seems to have been going on. Well, I think I've heard somebody say that they basically never stopped. The end of the Cold War, they carried on being suspicious and doing their things and hating the West, when the West was deciding that, oh, well, Russia's going to be nice and let's be friends with them and let's do business with them. And none of that was going through their heads at all. They just used it all as an excuse to infiltrate us and get into all these places. Like you say, it's going to take years to clear this out. I just, in some ways, wish that we could shut all these embassies down, shut all these institutions down, and clear them all out and send them all back. But I think that's both you and me. I think we have quite a hard line on what to do with all of these people.
Well, at least they're doing something about it, I guess, is the main thing. The loop of information we collect is tightening, he said. And he emphasised that the state is acting on the issue in consultation with its neighbours and allies, of course, which again is one of the most important things. I guess that at least they're looking at that and uncovering these things. And if we're getting to find out about these things, then, like I said, I always say they know much more than we do, don't they? Anyway, so we're just getting to see the tip of that iceberg for now. So let me see, what else did I see? That goes back to, so I was looking at something this morning. It was the moment of the strike of the missile attack, but it goes back to yesterday. It's talking about this. I don't know if you will have heard of it then, if you've been disconnected or not. So this is back to missile strike in Luhansk yesterday. So there's just more video coming out of that, which is quite interesting. And lots more destruction of lots more enemy armor I'm seeing. So that's definitely good news. And we have a video here that shows 2 tanks, 5 BMPs, 1 SAU 2C1, whatever that is. It's called a well, it looks like Godzilla, but it doesn't say Godzilla. It says I can't say that word. Goodness me. I don't know if you're supposed to pronounce the V directly after the G, or if just go directly onto the OZ. I think it's Gozdika, maybe. Gozdika. Maybe somebody else knows what I'm talking about. Anyway, it's an SAU 2C1, whatever that is, and an SAR Thor and a Wasp. Oh, that's good. And 2 UAVs, a Zala, and Lancet, and more than 100 personnel. And that has been given to us. Thank you to the incredible, fruitful work of the 79th. So, and that's in the Novomikhailivka area over the past week. Well, that's very kind of them to give us that, wasn't it, Terry Fella?
It was indeed. The fact that, yes, some of these words and languages, I'm wondering, when you were talking about the not pronouncing the certain letters after the others, it's a bit like when I first came across the word Zhankoi, and it's DZHGHIKLMN. Anyway, Zhankoi doesn't look anything like it's actually written. But now that I can see it, I can recognize it and know how to say it. So it takes a while with all of these strange things. But Yes. So were those, I'm assuming those were some form of combat vehicles that you were
Something or other. Yes, something like that.
Apo- Apologies
so.
there, I got a call, somebody interrupting me very rudely. I sent them away again.
I wondered what happened.
That doesn't often happen to me. I get one call in about, I don't know, maybe one call a week at most. So, but I will send them a quick message and say I'm otherwise engaged at the moment.
Nobody calls me. I'm joking, of course, but I just ignore them anyway. Right, let's have a look at what Ukrainigo are saying tomorrow for the stabilisation methods. There will be hourly shutdown schedules for industrial and household consumers throughout Ukraine from midnight until 7 a.m. And from 6 p.m. Until midnight. So that's, of course, going across the 2 days. The application of restrictions from 7 a.m. Until 6 p.m. is not yet predicted, but each day they've been giving out these notifications and then giving the predictions of the coming day, and then actually sometimes they've been able to thankfully make better updates going throughout the day, because of course it depends how people use that consumption within that area once they get power supply. Apologies, I was coughing there. I did not want to cough in your ear. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's got to be incredibly difficult. And like we've said all the time, especially if you've not had power supply. But fortunately, apart from the overnight schedules, it's just the rolling system. So everybody does have power in each area, but they do have to make those priorities. And like I said, I would not like to be the person having to make those priorities. Because Alan and I were talking earlier, actually. Alan said something that I had not considered, Terry fella. And it was a very good point that he made. What about the defence production capabilities if the power system continues to be attacked on this scale and Russia continues to damage more and more of that energy infrastructure? What happens to Ukraine's ability to be able to produce, well, just even drones, for example, in the way that they have been up to now, and in moving forward and increasing the production of that and other defence capabilities as well, of course, not just the drones.
Actually, yes, that's an excellent point. I hadn't really thought of that myself, but yeah, quite often we just think about what's happening to people in their own homes, but of course, all those industries that are going on, even I guess producing drones and everything else, even if it's being done in a house, presumably at certain points they might need electrical connections. But yeah, there's some factories that are going to need to have 24-hour connection. So I guess generators are not just needed in the hospitals and various places. Some of these places also need to be prioritised. Hopefully, a lot of them have been. But the more a place, and I know Kharkiv particularly was an area where a lot of industrial work was going on. So, but all over the country. There's just so much to think about, isn't there, with all of this that's going on?
Yeah, sorry, I was changing the title to add your name then. It was a little bit late of me. I know, apologies. I should have noticed, Terry fella. We'll be changing it again quite shortly. Never mind. On we go. So
Tracy,
let's
I
see.
will go and do that while you have a witter away, because I think you're talking a little bit more than I am. So, you've
I did
done
it
it.
already.
Wonderful, lovely.
That's okay, no problem. So what have I been looking at President Zelensky now? He has been saying that indicted child snatcher loves his life too much, and so he will not use nuclear weapons because due to the instinct of self-preservation, well, he's not going to use them anyway. But why does President Zelensky have to keep giving these silly excuses and reasons as to why he thinks that indicted child snatcher will not use those things? It's just absolute nonsense, isn't it? I don't know why they even keep asking him this question. It's rather frustrating. So maybe we should move on from there. And I will tell you that the SBU has identified another war criminal of the Russian Federation who has tortured Ukrainian policemen during the occupation of Kharkiv. So this is Alexander Kuleshov, of course. He is the Russian serviceman from the Stavropol region of the Russian Federation. This is going back to, he's one of the invading groups that occupied the Kupian district of Kharkiv region in 2022. And he actually kidnapped Ukrainian policemen and subjected them to, well, all the things that we hear that Russians did to Ukrainians, not just to policemen, of course, but many Ukrainians, and that is illegal imprisonment, torture, beatings, threats of physical violence, against their relatives and such like things. And he and his accomplices actually hung one of the policemen by his tied up hands from a crane with a metal hook and beat him with sticks. Just in case any of that I just said triggered you, I'm just going to put some resources in the nest with contact numbers for various contact places to contact within your respective countries. There are a few different countries on there, so please go ahead and look at those if you need to, because there are quite a few resources there in case you need to reach out, in case any of that I said just triggered you. I apologize for that. Unfortunately, these are the things that we have to read out, I'm afraid, as part of the news. So this is why we have those resources there for people to use. So if you need to use them, please go ahead and check that out. I've just popped that in the nest. It's the first post in the nest now, so you can have a look at that. Take a screenshot if you like. It takes you to a post, so you only need to click on it once, and then you can leave the space if you don't want to hear the rest of what I'm going to continue to say. But that's really as graphic as it gets anyway. I'm not as skilled at doing the ever so graphic things as the amazing Nancy M and Prince Heather are, as they do every Friday night, Understanding Genocide in Ukraine. And that's 10 p.m. Every Friday night, 10 p.m. Eastern every Friday night, which is, of course, at 3 a.m. UK and 5 a.m. Kyiv. But these episodes do go on Spotify. And we tried to get those episodes up pretty quickly, those Understanding Genocide in Ukraine segments, because, of course, they are extremely important. So I think you will find you don't have to wait long if you miss one episode for that episode to be there up on our Spotify channel. And, of course, whilst you're there, don't forget to check out all the other amazing podcasts on the MriyaReport Spotify channel. So, yes, lots of them there, lots of lovely podcasts to see on there. You can click on one. Did you know this, Terry fella? You can click on every single one that we post out, and it just takes you to all the list there, and then you can decide which one you would like to listen to. So you can look at all the ones whilst you're on Spotify. It doesn't take you directly to a play, so even when you click on one of the Spotify podcasts that the main MriyaReport posts out on Twitter, or any of us retweet and reshare, that does not take you directly to that podcast playing. It just takes you to the big long list. So you can just have a good look at them all, and you can scroll right back, right back to the first ever one that was put on there. Did you know that?
I did actually know that. I've become quite a fan of Spotify. I've got quite a few other things to listen to. And I've got quite a long list. You can add them to your playlist. And you can dip in and out. At one time, I used to think you had to keep going through one till you could listen to the next one. but I do love the fact that you get a chance to look down the whole list every time. I need various folders of everything that I'm trying to listen to now, because I'm getting so much. But there is a wonderful collection of things. And to give a shout out to all the people in the Maria Report background who never come up as co-hosts, but are there supporting us and supporting all our listeners in pooling everything together, keeping our YouTube live feed going as well, and sorting all of that out. And there is an awful lot, getting the cards ready for us for when there are people, special guests coming up to visit. There's so much that goes on in the background. So a big thank you to all of them while we happen to be mentioning that. Back to you, Tracy.
Yeah, thank you, Terry Feller. You're absolutely right. All those people work very hard in the background, doing things that I am certainly not able to do. Now, would you like to talk about more lovely Russian things being destroyed?
That
Like,
sounds more like it. Actually,
let me
Tracy, I
see.
had another thought that I was about to say before you jump onto that. You came up with some things that seemed quite triggering just now, and I think it was right that you put that thing in the nest that gives resources for people. But I think it's very important that we do mention these things, awful as they are from time to time, to make sure that we never feel normalized about them. They should be horrific to all of us all of the time. We can become quite used to them in a way, but things that the Russians do as a matter of course, and the way that they see how wars should be conducted, should remain absolutely horrific to all of us. And even if we don't need to follow the resources, we should still not consider this, oh, well, that's just something the Russians do. We should always feel horrified by how barbaric, I suppose it's the only word that we can use to describe some of the things that they do. But maybe we can't listen to it, but we should be aware of just how awful it is and how this is going on every day in Ukraine. And it's why we are all here to try and get an end to this war in Ukraine so that these people no longer have to put up with these awful methods that the Russians use. At that, I will stop, Tracy, and let you carry on with what you were about to tell us.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, it's important to add that. Thank you, Terry Feller. You're right. We should never stop being shocked by these things, because then it's worrying, isn't it, when you get to that point? But you can be happy that the let me see, the fighters of is it 70? Let me see. I'm just trying to work out which brigade it is. So basically, one of these Solspec things has been destroyed. So these are the TOS -1A. That's the actual thing that the acronym they use for it. So this has been published. This video here by it's the 81st Brigade, and the situation is in the Belarivka area. And they are destroying the enemy on the approaches. Wow, goodness me, that's an absolute collection of explosions there that I think everybody would like to see, because that's obviously not just one thing that's gone up there. So I'm going to have to post that for everybody to have a look at, you included, Terry Feller.
Lovely. I do like to see a good explosion or two, particularly when it's more of the equipment. I follow some of those now, but again, we can get a bit normalized watching all of these things explode. But when it's a Russian thing exploding and it's Russian big pieces of equipment, it's what I think would probably those TOS-1, whatever they are, would be the special equipment that gets listed at the end of the list of losses that the Russians have lost.
Yeah, I certainly think it comes into the category of special equipment. That's for sure. Yeah, definitely. Well, it's not just the special equipment that's going up there. There's a whole host of things where you'll see when you have a look at the video and the explosions. I mean, I can't tell because who am I? I'm no expert to tell. And looking at a distance as well, you get that optical illusion thing going on as well, don't you? So it's hard to tell how far away these things are. But if you look at that video there are so many explosions going on across a wide area. So quite a few to look out for there. Some lovely booms, as mockers would say. I'm pretty sure mockers will have seen that one already.
I think she has a special eye out for all of those sort of things. So yes. Is that in your timeline, Tracy?
Yes, it should be there for you to have a look at now. And I will give you all my Defence of Ukraine thread shortly as well. There are some interesting videos on that for today as well. Actually, quite a few. There's one actually from the border guards, and they are destroying a couple of boats. So that's quite interesting. We can have a look at that one in a moment. We don't often get to see those ones, but do we? But sometimes we do get to see them. Anyway, so looking at Sumy, Andriy Demchenko, he's the speaker of the border guards. He was speaking this morning. I was looking at a video that he'd posted about this morning. According to him, such an attack aimed at stretching out the front and the reserves of the defence forces is still possible because the attack of the Russian forces on Sumy should never be ruled out, is what he's saying. So basically, this is going back to there was expected to be an attack on Sumy around the same time as the one on Kharkiv started, but it never really materialized. So that's what he's talking about, basically saying that don't rule that out. It's still possible that could go ahead and take place because, of course, whilst we're all analysing and speculating about the many different things going on, it's always important to remember that Russia rarely just has like one reason or one plan for doing something. Usually the main one is, mass destruction, mass terrorizing, mass casualties, mass amount of deaths. Apart from that, I think that's pretty, everything else, there are always several different reasons and several different tentacles, as you like to call them. I don't like to call them that because, I don't know. Octopus are beautiful creatures, or octopi. How is the plural of that now? Octopuses. You can't say that, can you now? I'm just being silly, of course. I think these are beautiful creatures. I don't like to think of their tentacles, but I know what you mean. It's that web of deceit that we always talk about, isn't it? So, would you like to hear what President Zelensky has been saying about the meeting of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Germany in Kyiv?
That would be lovely, Tracy. Thank you. And yes, I was thinking octopuses exactly the same time you were, and I fully agree. I love octopuses. They're not the most pretty of creatures, but they are very, very sensitive and very, very intelligent. So, yes, perhaps we should refrain from talking about tentacles. It's more like, I don't know, a spider's web where they try to trap people and everything else. But anyway, yes, let's hear a bit about Zelensky.
Okie dokie. Yeah, especially when we talk about how much Ukrainians, just have so much respect for the environment and value life, animal life, human life, all life, and have that affinity. I was looking at this actually yesterday. I was thinking because it's not that long ago since it was Vyshyvanka Day, was it? And of course, one of the things, one of the symbols that's often used is that the tree of life. So I was thinking about that yesterday actually, but sorry, a little side note there. So coming back to what President Zelensky has been saying following the meeting of the German Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Germany, should I say. What have they been talking about? Of course, all the expected things, air defence, of course, the main thing. They've also discussed the joint initiative of the Ministers of Foreign Affairs of the Defence of Germany to find additional Patriot systems and other air defence systems. And of course, he gives his thanks for help in protecting the independence, protecting our independence and the European way of life. So not much detail there. I was hoping for a little bit more detail than that. But I guess that's wishful thinking because maybe we might not even get to know these details. I mean, I noticed Spain, for example, they said after the event, didn't they? They said, we're going to be sending some Patriot missiles. And then all of a sudden it was like, oh, we sent some missiles. They're already there. And of course, we always have to be careful for nonsense news of people getting a little bit mixed up between whether they're talking about the missiles or, you know, the actual thing themselves. So what else has he been doing? Who else has he been talking to? He's been talking to President of Angola. Now, there's been lots of conversations going on with various different countries over the past, few weeks, increasingly, and more building up to this peace summit coming up as well, which I find really interesting. He's been thanking for the support of the sovereignty, of territorial integrity of Ukraine, as well as his personal position regarding the condemnation of the Russian aggression. President Zelensky has invited the president to participate in the inaugural peace summit in Switzerland. It's important, and I like it when he says things like this because I think he's absolutely right to highlight these things. You know, it's really important that the voices of Angola and other African countries are heard at the summit, especially on the topic global food security, which is, of course, one of the points of the 10-point peace plan. We agreed to continue contacts at various levels to develop relations between our countries, and he also invited President Lawrence to Ukraine. Ooh, I wonder when that might take place, and if he took him up on the offer.
I think that's incredible. He's so inclusive with all of these countries all around the world. I remember almost 2 years ago how we were saying perhaps we didn't include we didn't connect with the African nations or the South American nations as much as we should have done. So almost putting the blame back on himself and saying, you know, we are open to talking to them all. And, you know, just recently, I know he's really been trying to sort of confirm with all these different countries about whether they're going to be attending this peace summit or not, really building it up. He's getting so many countries interested in attending this peace summit. I have a feeling that once all of this war is over and done with, and how the United Nations has been falling to pieces because of Russia just making a mockery of it all, whether almost, this is just my own little thoughts, that the peace summit might end up being a formalized event that takes over from the United Nations, because that's what the United Nations was meant to be there for, to maintain the peace around the world. But Zelensky has put together such a fantastic plan that can be taken on board by so many different people. People don't need to take on board all of it, just get involved in certain sections of the 10-point peace plan. And I think it's just wonderful how he is connecting with everybody everywhere and getting this all up and running. Anyway, I could rabbit on for ages about that. Back to you again, Tracy.
Well, no, you're right. I completely agree with you, though, as well. I think it is. Well, I don't know. Do we need that, or do we? Sometimes I go back and forth, you know, between. Well, I don't want to give Russia that power that we get rid of all these places, and you know, whilst I am very, very negative about the UN for a lot of different reasons, for a lot of different ways, for everybody, the same here is as well. There are also many parts that do still do a lot of good around the world, albeit maybe on a smaller scale, or we can't see it, I don't know. But and then there's the thing of, well, we can't let Russia steal these institutions from us because of the infiltration that they have done over decades. You know, we have to really get these places back to what they were and get them serving. But then again, I also think that you're right as well. Do we just consider that, is it time to just, you know, I don't know, and maybe not ditch the whole thing and move on. I'm not suggesting throw, you know, the baby out with the bathwater, or if you like that horrible saying that people sometimes use, although it sounds mean, but of course it's just not, you don't really mean throw the baby out, do you? It's just one of those sayings that we have. So, or what's the other one? Close the door or close the gate after the horse has bolted, or cry after spilt milk, and such like things, those types of sayings. So yeah, you know, you have to wonder. But if that is to be done and that is where we are to go, then definitely I think President Zelensky and the Ukrainian government, and certainly from President Zelensky's initiative with the 10-point peace plan, I think, yeah, that would be something that would be, if anyone could make a better job of it, it's probably going to be them. But today, he's been speaking to other people as well, you know. He's been speaking to Klaus, Johannes, and thanked Romania for its support, in particular for the new military aid package that is being prepared. So, did you know about that?
I hadn't heard about that. So where's this Klaus fella from? Romania, did you say?
Yes, Romania. So, well, we don't get to know the details yet for the military aid package, but it is being prepared apparently. And this was reported first thing in the morning. So this was actually the first person possibly that President Zelensky spoke to today. So he informed President Johannes about the current situation on the battlefield and the key defence needs of Ukraine, especially, of course, air defence and various types. They also agreed to speed up the joint work on the bilateral security agreement. And I am grateful to President Johannes for confirming his participation in the Peace Summit, and, of course, for his willingness to make efforts to encourage the participation of other countries as well. But I do think it's right what you said about Africa, though. We did really kind of drop the ball on that, didn't we? Well, on a lot of things, but yeah, that's certainly one of them.
Indeed, yes.
I noticed that was one of the first things that President Zelensky did actually quite some time ago now, is started making conversations and cooperations with Africa, and talking about, and that's one of the things that he focused on in terms of where the first ships of grain were to go as well. Do you remember right back? It seems such a long time ago now that.
Yes, I think that was happening before the, well, even as they were trying to get the initial grain initiative happening, the one that Russia then reneged on, surprise, surprise. And even back then, so that was probably in the first 6 months of the war, I suppose. And even back then, Zelensky was talking about trying to make sure we get the aid to the grain to the nations that really needed it. And Ukraine has proven to the rest of the world that we didn't need to have that, that I suspected all along was a fairly corrupt initiative that involved Russia. It was Russia, the UN, and Turkey, as well as Ukraine, wasn't it? But yeah, Russia could go off and do its own thing, and we'd carry on nicely without them. And I think they've been doing exceedingly well. Joanna gives us regular updates, doesn't she, on how well the shipping is going out of Ukraine now?
Yeah, and that's what I mean. When you look at back then, even in the beginning of that time, then the beginning of the full scale invasion, and quite soon moving after then, like you say, that the grain deal that was never really a grain deal, was it? It was just a load of nonsense, of course. But incredibly, even then, I think that was the main thing that they were focusing on, is that because, of course, Russia tried to do that, and that indicted child snatcher, he tried to do that, didn't he? He tried to make out all that nonsense, all that propaganda, of course, about it being an issue, supporting the World Food Programme and other things, and supporting Africa. And then that indicted child snatcher even came out at one point, didn't he, and tried to say, oh, don't worry, I'll give like loads of free grain to Africa and all those kinds of things. But of course, it didn't work, I'm pleased to say. I remember thinking it when he said it, actually, well, that's not going to work, is it? Because you would actually have to stick to what you are saying, and you would actually have to go ahead and give them that grain. And I can't really see them, you continuing to go ahead and give away free grain. So even with the first time that it was said, the laugh that came out of my mouth, as probably with many people as well here. But yeah, look how amazing Ukraine has done since then. And look where they are now today, with what? Well, that notification from that sinking of that ship, Terry fella.
Exactly. And thinking back to when that indicted child snatcher, I love that phrase of yours, when he first announced it all, it was a piddly amount, a pathetic amount of grain that he was actually offering for free. And it was like he always does with almost everything. He's offering something with one hand and taking away with the other, and just doesn't publicize the fact that actually, for these measly amounts of grain, you will have to surrender your entire sovereignty to us, etc., etc. Obviously, I'm just elaborating there, but it's essentially what he does any time he opens his mouth. Despicable man that he is. Just one of the Russians that needs to be pulled up and made to pay for what they've done.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to be joined by a guest very shortly, not too long away now, 45 minutes, everybody. So if you do not know what I'm talking about, check out The Nest, because we have some posts there for you all to see. And one of those posts is, of course, in The Nest as well, because I am talking about Kevin Leach, who is the head director for Sabre Training Advisory Group. And they are providing professional military training. They are a non-profit, and they are aiming to give Ukrainian defenders all the extra skills that they need to come home alive. And of course, part of that is muscle memory, one of those most important things. So come and listen to that, because Kevin was in the Canadian Armed Forces, so he's a veteran. He was a sergeant, actually, from 2008 until 2018. So if you don't know who he is, you do not want to miss out on that, because it's very interesting, very informative, and now is the opportunity to get your questions in and get your space on the panel whilst there is some space, because very often there is not when our guests arrive. So retweet that and let everybody know if you would not mind. And also don't forget about the first post in The Nest, which is the fundraiser. You can click on that payment link there and make a donation if you have not made a donation already. We are raising for solar generators. Now we are targeting Kharkiv in particular, and we are doing this because they are having a very difficult time right now. As many of you may already be aware, Russia is massively targeting there, both with, small-scale military action on the ground, of course, and constantly firing at Kharkiv, all different types of artillery, you name it, including those disgusting, despicable glide bombs, which unfortunately Ukraine is very limited in what they are able to do about them now. And Russia is not just doing that and trying to cause maximum terror, destruction and loss of life, but also in particular targeting the any critical infrastructure, residential areas and power supplies, and of course hospitals. And as we hear, Russia is now almost all the time doing those double tap events. That most of the time now they will do a hit, and then I don't know, 20 minutes later, 30 minutes later, when rescue services come in and start trying to rescue people from under the rubble, of course they hit again. And they do this in terms of the energy infrastructure too. So it's not just first responders, it's not just firemen and anybody trying to do any help, and that also includes volunteers trying to evacuate people as well. Not just that, but they are also targeting energy workers in a massive way. It's not something new. It is something that they have increased, and we will get to hear from our guest tomorrow about the increase in intensity in those attacks and those glide bombs, and just hear how we have been having a direct impact on the ground there by giving Ukrainians more solar generators to be able to save lives, to be able to have the tools for critical power supply. And that's why we've been targeting at MriyaReport. The team here has worked very closely with the Kharkiv military administration on the ground there, with the various health ministries and people in the region to see where these solar generators can be best placed. And that's why we looked at targeting, well, I didn't, the team did, of course, the very wonderful team working along with the amazing and lovely leader who is working very hard along with them administrations, like I said, the health ministries, not just to see where these are needed, but where they can be best placed, and where there is more need for them, and where, like I say, they can have maximum impact on saving those lives. So if you don't know what we're talking about in terms of the impact, just check out that first post in the Nest and scroll down the thread, and also check out the second post in the Nest, because there are two videos there that you can use to see. The first one is a child being born by caesarean section, and if you look in the beginning of the video, there is the solar generator, the largest one out of the 3 units that are available right now, and that is in the operating theatre. Just look at that, absolutely incredible. Those doctors are able there to bring that beautiful new precious life into the world and to save the life of the child and the mother as well, of course. 2 lives saved there, just with that one generator directly in that operating theatre. So that's what we are collecting for, and that's what we are raising funds for every single day. Now, we've nearly completed our goal. We aim to raise £25,000, so $25,000, I apologise, and that will be to buy a variety of different units for various different needs. We will be joined by a guest tomorrow that's going to be giving us some feedback with the lovely leader. Now, as I say, you probably will not get to find out specifically what type of area this is in, for example, and you're more than likely not going to find out anything that's going to affect operational security, of course, but you may get to find out what type of unit this has powered. I don't know, so maybe we might get to know that it's another maternity unit or something like that, or we might get to find out that it's a surgical unit where operations are going on, something like that. But either way, it's going to be saving lives every single day, because that power supply then can be used by the doctors in those hospitals, and it's critically important that they have that reliable, clean energy supply. That's one of the most important things, and unlike older types of solar generators, or even other types of generators that don't always kick in as quick, these things kick in so quick that Paul Schmutterloco from New Use Energy, he was telling us recently that it's so quick you don't even notice an interruption in the signal, and that of course is really really important when it comes to providing power supply for hospitals, you know, for electronic equipment, all sorts of different things that you can imagine. Many, many different reasons why there needs to not be an interruption or a delay in that power supply kicking in when you've got something like this. So go ahead and tweet all those things, share all that lovely information, and give us all your lovely cash if you can afford to spare to do so. Because why would you not want to save a life in Ukraine if you are able to do so? And the way you do that is, well, give us the money at MriyaReport so we can buy more tools for Ukrainians. Right, Terry fella? Lots more generators.
Exactly. As many as we can possibly raise funds for. I don't know if you can see, Chris Windley has his hands up for us, Tracy.
I cannot see Chris Windley's hand. I apologise, Chris. I bet you thought I was ignoring you.
Oh, I did.
Oh,
No, I just thought you had lots to say, Tracy. That's all. You wanted to get it off your chest. I've just come hot from a global Valacor meeting where they were talking about people that are FOS, Tracy, and then Terry's like talking about Putin, who's also FOS.
FOS, Chris, do explain.
Well, I don't.
Pardon? I'll have to swear to explain. Full of shit.
I am a bit slow today, aren't I?
Yeah, Putin being FOS. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, free, was it free grain? Yeah. Okay. Give me a break after all the grain that he's stolen from Ukraine. Yeah. Right. Okay. And anyway, yeah, Tracy,
Yeah, well, that's what it meant, really, didn't? What it meant is, I'll give you the stolen grain.
Yeah, I'll give you the grain that I've stolen from Ukraine. Yeah, thanks a lot, mate. Yeah, good. I think we're wise to you by now. Anyway, yeah. So Tracy, I just thought I'd pop in and that. So I literally have just been on an amazing call with John from Valacor, and about I don't know, 20 or 30 other people from around the world, including about 10 Ukrainians and that. So we've been talking about the Valacor, global launch type of thing, which has been fascinating. So John's assured me, Tracy, that he's going to be here this Friday. And I think I've persuaded a couple of the Ukrainian people that were there to come as well, which will be interesting. So I won't name names yet, but some very interesting people involved in military and security right up our street, Tracy, from Ukraine. Yes, who see great promise with the Valacor heat application. So I thought you might just like to know that, and hopefully we'll be able to have a good chat on our cyber segment on Friday.
Well, I'm very excited. That sounds very interesting indeed, Chris. And of course, the more Ukrainians, the better, as always.
Well, exactly. So that there was about, I mean, as you know, John was over in Ukraine. What is it now? 2 or 3 weeks ago, is it? Time flies, doesn't it? But yeah, as you know, he was over there meeting, lots of people in Ukraine and that, and clearly it was very, very interesting, actually. So there was some like ex-police from UK, US that are now ex-police and ex-military, actually, that are now in Ukraine and that, and they were basically saying, well, we just think this is amazing. Polygraphs are just like such a old, out of date thing. We need something. We needed something. We didn't know what it was. right? But this like looks like it'll fit the bill, perfectly in that. So it was really great to see, so both from that perspective and from the PTSD perspective, there was a lot of support from Ukrainian people. So that was really great to hear, I must say. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I'll be interested to hear that feedback. And it was a couple of weeks ago now, wasn't it? So he's been quite busy, hasn't it, John, at Valicor US? So have all the Ukrainians been trying this heat map or continuing to do so? Do you know, Chris? Or do we have to wait and find out for that?
Well, I did hear a funny thing in the conversation, actually, Tracy. Yeah, so some people had to turn off the self-analysis because it was telling them too much truth about themselves. I thought that was a good one.
Telling them too much truths about themselves.
Yes. They went, oh no, I don't need to know that about myself. I mean, I know that about myself, but I don't need you to tell me that about myself.
Oh, that's the key, isn't it? I know that about myself. Do I want you to know that about me?
Yeah, in this case, I don't know how many people they were sharing that with, or whether it was literally just they were literally just self-analyzing themselves and just couldn't take it, Tracy.
Oh, yes, rather amusing. As long as we get to hear some of these things anyway, that's for sure. You can all have a good laugh at me when I give you my results.
Yes, Tracy. Well, me likewise, actually, because I haven't, I have like tried it on myself, but I haven't really not for any period of time and that, and I haven't, so I sort of didn't give it enough time to analyze me in that. So I really haven't quite experienced that yet. So, yeah. Or maybe I just didn't look at it carefully enough. Maybe I'll have to go back because I know it was all recorded and that, and I've got a file back. So maybe I'll go and look at it. Or maybe I'm just avoiding it, Tracy.
If you don't know what we're talking about the heat map AI application that they are using now at Valicor US, and we hopefully will be joined by John Kilmer at some point to discuss that, and of course all the latest cooperations and things that have been going on in and around Ukraine following his week of meetings there that we still haven't had an update about yet, Chris. So that's something else I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I don't know how much he'll be able to say about, who he's met and all the rest of it, but yeah, we will definitely get an update. And yeah, he's sounding. What shall I say? He's sounding chirpy. I'll just say that, Tracy, at the minute. I think. Well, yeah, go on, Tracy. Go
on. That's okay. Carry on, Chris.
No, I was just that was about it, really. I was going to say, you know what I mean, and that, he sounded a bit chirpier than he was last time.
Well, that's definitely good news, isn't it? This happens to us all, of course. Unfortunately, we all have good days and bad days, and some more difficult than others. We, of course, don't have to deal with what Ukrainians have to deal with every single day. Now, coming on to some little bit of good news. So there are some vehicles that have arrived. These look very brand new. Yes. Now, resuscitation vehicles. These have actually come. This is thanks to, believe it or not, the game World of Tanks, right? So this is pretty impressive. It goes back to October last year. Many of you may have heard about the game. They were doing basically a project to try and help raise funds for these types of vehicles. So they've handed those vehicles over today. There are 13 of these vehicles. Well, they basically just look like ambulances. So I guess that's probably what most people would call them. So they have already gone to Vinnytsia, Lviv, Kyiv, Odessa, Kharkiv, Chernihiv, Zaporizhia, Sumy, and Kherson regions. So that's good news, isn't it? 13 new ambulances gone to those different regions.
That is,
Humanitarian topic of the day,
yeah, I
Terry
was going to
fella.
say that is very good news. They can never have enough of these ambulances, whether it's for use within the cities, rescuing people once areas have been bombarded, or whether they're used for getting to the front lines to get troops out. Never enough of them. So the more, the merrier. So that was great news to hear. Thanks, Tracy.
That is quite all right. I like to hear about these little bits of good news, humanitarian topics of the day. So, more bits of good news. The GUR have released some interesting videos. So, this is Artan, the special unit of the GUR of the Ministry of Defence continues to successfully repel the attempts to break through Chaziv Yar. I saw this video yesterday, I think, so some people may have already seen this video, but this has just been posted. I'm seeing it here again, posted now. I don't think I've posted this on my profile, so I will do that for everybody to have a look at. So because they destroy 3 enemy BMD-3s, they were trying to break through. So that was another reconnaissance group that were destroyed there. And then I was also just looking earlier on at some some data from the Mikhailo Fedorov, the Minister of Digital Transformation, there, because he had reported about the damage, thank you, to the week's destruction of the drone army. So in 1 week, the drone army destroyed 100 plus Russian trucks, 25 tanks, 62 guns, and drones, of course, have become, well, a really important part of modern warfare. I mean, it's like there's 2 different battles going on now, isn't it? We talk about all the time, and drones destroy enemies with minimal risk for defenders, of course. So there needs to be more of these technologies going to the front. So it was definitely good news to see that information from the Ministry of Defence earlier about those DJI Mavic drones that they've managed to procure now and send to the front line as well. And according to the Situation Centre of the Ministry of Defence, during the week, the state rear operator concluded contracts worth more than 390 million hryvnias, and that is for the supply of various different goods for the armed forces. So we spoke about this previously, Chris, you and I, if Chris is still with us, because it goes on to that Prozo system that you and I spoke about before. In addition to the work of this rear operator, it was possible to save 103 million hryvnias on back office purchases. Wow, that's a lot of money to save on back office purchases, right, Terry fella? That's not stationary, surely.
No, I doubt whether that's all stationary. Yes, God knows what's included in back office supplies, but I can imagine in a wartime it's considerably more than we would ever imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Ministry of Defence have already given us an update on this electronic queue as well. This is coming from Katerina Chernahenko. She is the minister in the Ministry of Defence, together with the Ground Forces Command and the Q Logic Company. They've launched an appointment search for the TCC to update the data. The electronic registration queue is already working, and joint ventures of the country are in test mode. So I was telling you earlier on about those clarifications that they've had to make. Another thing as well is to say that all the way along, there's actually a really good system, it seems like, of you being able to make to submit a question online or get your query answered 24/7, which I think is, they may not keep it 24/7 moving forward the whole time, I guess. I don't know. I have no idea to know, and that's not something that they've told us yet. But certainly in this early stages, they have the response system 24/7, so you can submit questions and get your queries answered and that type of thing. And when we talk about that little hiccup earlier on, that some people's data wasn't updating, and that it was showing it wasn't updating their status within the app, so they were still showing as maybe not registered, for example, when they were registered. But some people, unfortunately, do have to contact the offices and show identification data, so that's why they're not updated, and then that will automatically be done. But it is good to know that they are on that 24/7 and looking at that, and I think, if I remember rightly, in fact I'm just going to go back to the previous information of yesterday, because I want to get the number right, but they were saying that the amount of applications that they'd had, an amount of queries that they'd had through that system in the initial stages was really quite a lot, and that they dealt with them very quickly, which is good to know.
Very good to know. I wish our own systems were as efficient as that. Oh, actually, that reminds me, slightly different thing completely, but while I think about it, let me say, do you remember the other day, a couple of days ago, Ross Atkins did an explainer about Georgia, and there was rather a large uproar about the fact that the map that they showed Crimea as part of Russia. And enough people complained that they have actually apparently now corrected that. And I've added that information onto my own timeline. I did my own post. I don't often do my own posts. But underneath, I thought, while I was at that location, I also found the complaints page for the BBC, so that, as well as doing things on Twitter, we can actually complain directly when we want to the BBC, either online, either by phone call. There's also an address that they listed, and I thought we can make things that bit more official if ever they slip up again. Not that I do a lot of watching the BBC, but I do keep an eye on what they put online, and I also hear via the grapevine what they've been up to. So it was good to see that they have actually reacted to that misinformation that was posted, and I thought to have easy access to their website. So if people want to go and check that out, that's in my timeline, and you might want to bookmark that for further reference. Just a complete aside, but still very useful information, I thought, Tracy.
Oh no, that's very good information, Terry fella. Yeah, thank you. Because it's frustrating, isn't it, sometimes when you do want to make those complaints and you feel like you're not able to. So all those avenues where we can do that, it definitely makes a difference. And if they are going to make changes, and then we can do that, then absolutely. So that's great news. Thank you so much, Terry fella.
That's all right. I just thought it was because we tend to do a lot of responding on Twitter, and you're never quite sure how much impact we collectively have. And I think there is a substantial amount, particularly with all the fellas all launching in on things. But even so, somehow it doesn't feel as official doing it on Twitter as it does if we go direct to them. I thought I might go and spend a bit of time after I've finished this section on finding other places that we can complain to, so that it becomes more official. And I'll see if I can put that together. So other TV channels, for instance, but maybe our governments, the likes of Ofsec, Ofcom, all the rest of it. But enough about that for now. Back to you, Tracy.
Yeah, I've complained to them a few times, Ofcom, So I'm quite open to complaining to them, but this is what we must do. We must make all these complaints, especially if everybody's doing it together, right? For example, in the UK, if everybody is contacting those same places in the UK and all the people from the UK in our wonderful worldwide community, if they're all doing that as well, then that makes a big difference, because I think, very often when we all make individual complaints like that, do they just go under the radar because they just receive them, one here, one there, one all over the place, if that makes sense. If we targeted that and we all did them collectively on the same day, for example, I think that would have much more impact and carry much more weight, don't you?
I do, and I think that's the power of certainly the MriyaReport community, but also the Fella community and the Twitter community, and that at the end of the day, it's power to the people is something that I'm very, very passionate about all of a sudden. Well, I say all of a sudden, certainly over the last 2 years, but this right for us all to be able to speak out when we feel things are not being done, certainly by representatives that are meant to be representing us, and they just seem to be going their own way. And I think it's very important in a democratic